Let's get rid of some of these tabs that we didn't end up needing. Okay, so this is where we left off. Yeah, we were moving the title inside of there. I forget. Ah, yeah, I remember why now. So here on this contact us page, we get rid of that because we have it inside the form now. All right, so then support form. Yep. All right, so leaving off, we need to make this sales enterprise form work and figure out where it lives URL-wise. That's where we left off yesterday. So let's start from the top of this. The person's name, yes. Email, yes. Company. Then message. I don't think anyone would need more than 1,024 characters. Sure. All right. So then, yeah, this is company. All right, album's still good. Yeah, nobody needs more than 64K of RAM. And yeah, Robert Tables. What was the thing where you're like, this guy needs to be watched, and then they deleted their entire account? I was really curious. You think they were on a shared ban list? Okay. Do you really tweet that much? You don't even remember what they said or what they did? Because you quoted one of their tweets. Scamming for some free JS, huh? Okay. All right, so we want to get rid of this select, so we don't have that in the sales form. Actually, no, we're going to do that. What we want to do is we want to have another field for company size. Who's drafting Kelsey this year? Not me. That dude was a bust last year. He dropped way too many passes. I don't know, it feels like his heart isn't in it anymore. And now he's got that sweet, sweet Taylor Swift money. Dude doesn't have to work another day in his life. Jesus. That prenup's going to be longer than War and Peace? Yeah. Here's the thing. Prenups only account for what you bring into things. They don't really guard you from like money made after the fact. He's just trying to lock in that marriage before the next album release. What if that's the case? Yo, I gotta lock her down before that album drops. Like, you know, I wouldn't put it past him to think that. Honestly, it's kind of smart. Kind of smart. Ooh, hold on. There's one thing I want to do on the work machine. I want to keep. I keep like I created an issue on the Model Context Protocol Inspector repo. So, who here maybe considers themselves an expert with MCP? Hold on. Yeah, before we get too deep, I got a question to ask. And, okay, yeah, never mind. I thought I saw a follow. So, let me do this. Number one, we'll do it on a new tab, because why not? Sure, we'll update Zish. MC is Model Context Protocol. It's what LLMs and Cursor and all sorts of things use to get more context about something, to learn about something, or to perform actions. Yeah, that's fine. I at least want to like pose the problem. I maybe even want to like tweet about it or something. But let me at least demonstrate the problem. MCP is what allows an AI to become agentic. Yeah, there you go. That's one way to think about it. All right, so brew, upgrade, get cracking CLI. While that's going, all right, so there's a CLI section that is interesting. So the main gist is if I wanted to run this, I could list out all of the tools for our Get Kraken MCP server for debugging. So if I were to do this, GK MCP, and we run that, you know, it's going to have to download and install some stuff. I'm fine with... No, hold on. Let's do this in somewhere else. Here we go. Crush from Charm. It's like Cursor, but in your terminal. It can leverage MCPs as well. Yeah, like that's the latest thing, right? There's Open Code, Claude Code, and now I guess Crush. I think AMP is another one from SourceGraph. You know, it's the next hype phase. First it was like chat interfaces, now it's CLI tools. We'll see what the next hype wave is. It doesn't matter that much. But here's the big thing. So if I run that command just now, yep, Qwen3 coder, sure. When I run this command, we do our tools list, and that sends a message to the MCP server, and it gets the list of tools that are compatible. But what comes back is if you have more than, let's say, 10-ish tools, and depending on their annotations and blah, 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 it gets cut off. So I'm assuming that's something just in the spec. But how would I get the rest of that? Because I need this in the JSON format. And another thing to recognize is that if I were to do this, right, it's going to launch up this interface that we can see here. 1 second. I can connect to it. And we can then start to list the tools. But here we get the full list of tools. It's all 18. So what is it that they're doing that allows them to get the full thing, but I'm not able to get the full thing? Because they're not passing any special params, at least as far as I can tell. If we do look at it in DevTools, that maybe betrays a different story. Hold on, let me just move this over a little so I can grab it quicker. So then, yes, we do this. We connect again. And then before we do the list tools thing, right, I click this button, and then we can see over the wire there was a fetch request that went out to the server with a payload of this. So it's JSON RPC2 tools list, and then the meta was progress token 1. I'm assuming that's the issue, right? And like the response is binary, like over the wire. Or no, it's actually literally just accepted. So I don't even see like where the response comes back that even populated this. But somehow I need to figure out how to send progress token 1, I think. Now maybe, just maybe, yeah, I'm guessing, nope, progress token 2. So this is actually just part of like the history. So I don't think progress token is actually an important part of it. Right, and we're just seeing accepted as like the response values. So I'm not even sure where that's coming from. It's got to be some other weird, like, bidirectional communication thing. Because it is an RPC server. So I'm guessing this, like, remote procedure call is more like a WebSocket, where this is, like, initializing it, and then they respond back with their own message. But we don't see that message coming into here. That's my only guess. I feel like we'd have to see that message somewhere, though. But yeah, so I don't know. Like, I don't know where the initial list is coming from. Right? If we can list prompts, prompts is nice and small. But yeah, anyone have any like knowledge or theory about how I might be able to get the full output that this is getting via the CLI? Because this is actually like really necessary for what I'm trying to do. Like for a work thing. So I just wanted to get that like, you know, kind of like stewing and turning in everyone's mind. All right. Hold on. Hold on. Yeah. Let me read through what you were saying. I might have missed something. Like I could check the response tab, sure, but like we're seeing what the strings were. But we'll try it. Hold on. Let's go tools. Right, like were these the arrows you're talking about? Like these are just to like tab through the blocks of the hex. Yeah, no, I'm just lazy. I haven't shaved in a few days. Yes, there's just nothing else in the response. It just says accepted. That's fine. It's worth checking. It would have been all listed here, though. Yes, progress token is just the order of operations here. So I don't think that's the problem. Oh my god, wait, really? You sure? It's right there. It's working for me. Oh, it works in Firefox now? Well, that's even weirder. Yeah, it seems to work for me. Oh, wait. You double clicked it. Oh, that's funny. That's actually really funny. Yeah. Hold on. I gotta record this for work. Yep. QA tester walks into a bar. Exactly. Hold on. Let me figure out how I do this. QuickTime. Okay, yeah, I'll share that with work. That's a funny one. Okay. Does Get Kraken CLI work well with work trees? The CLI, it's not like a full featured replacement. Yeah, so that's because you have Oh My Zish. You need to alias GK to the right place. It should have that on the. It may not be this page, but it should be in the Help Center. Yeah, it should have been on this page. Hmm. Yeah, exactly. I mean, Get K is like a separate thing anyway. But yeah. Yeah, that's one of the complaints people have about Oh My Zish. Yeah, unalias GK. Yep. But that only works for your current session. If you want it to work forever, you'd have to do it in your Zish config. All right, I just informed our web person. Let me get more music going. Yeah, that was a good catch, though. Thank you for finding that. Okay. All right. So, yeah, I'm unsure of how to get like the full tools list. I at least wanted to venture down that just in case anybody here understood MCP. And hey, what's up, Zeratar? Been a bit. How you doing? Yeah, I'm doing all right. So yeah, if anyone's interested in this issue, here's that too. You're doing well? Nice. Yeah, I mean the CLI is great if you are already paying for Gitkraken. You can do like here. Let me go look at it. Okay. Um, Hold on. Let me at least do status. Oop. Oh. Right. So you can have it like generate CLI, or generate your commit messages. That's one option. Once done there, you can do other stuff. Now the MCP is free, but there isn't like an install command I'm aware of. Oh, there is an install command. Oh. Yeah. Okay, so I haven't messed with the install or uninstall commands. Like, really, you could do this, or you could just go to whatever thing you're using, right? So if you're using VS Code, right, you just add server, standard IO. The command would be GK, and then server ID get cracking. And it's actually whatever. We'll say global, but yeah, get creaking here. And the args would just be MCP. So I'd say give that a shot. It's very limited if you're not logged in via GetKraken, right? So like the auth is going to be important. I'm actually curious if we are changing the tools now. No. So yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of stuff changing. But yeah, like you're not going to be able to get the full functionality of the MCP without being a GetKraken paid user, or at least without like. Do we have a free tier? I can't remember if we have a free tier. The trial lasts for 2 weeks though, so you can give it a shot. What are we doing today? There's our today command. Ah. Yeah. So I need that bug to resolve, but we don't have to have it get resolved today. Oh, 1 second. All right. Sorry. Just a quick thing there. Work. And yeah, so let's get to that form that we're working on. Oh, and actually, hold on. We just noticed that. All right. Yes, we don't need this anymore. All right, so that's good. Actually, we did need that over there. We can close this, though. I don't think we need that right now. There we go. And what's up, Hunar? How you doing over on YouTube? All right, so what we need to do, and hold on, let me double check. Yes, we did the today command. Yep. All right. So yeah, we are working on this sales form. We're not sure where it's going to live on the website yet. What's a website that has like a reach out to sales for enterprise? Clerk? Think they do? Yeah, contact sales. That takes you to a second page. And yeah, I like that. Contact/sales. I think that could work. And yeah, what's up, Bob? This is the Bob that I know. This is the Bob I know. You watched, you done your homework? Have you watched Kids in the Hall yet? Okay, yes, this is where we left off. We've got company. We're also going to have company size. Hmm. You haven't gotten around to it, but it's on your list. Makes sense. Yeah, no worries. So I do like the idea of roll. I use Super Maven. All right, so company sizes. We got botted at one point. I think the number's probably closer to 20K. The follower count doesn't matter. Okay, so I kind of like this. I'm gonna say role is C level, VP, SVP, EVP, that kind of stuff. VP, SVP, EVP. Director. Manager. You want to do a project? Yeah, we'll see. All right, so name, email. Company name. So then, yeah, company size here. Boom. Yeah, I got to partner like the summer of 2022. I think I got lucky because I was in a big queue of like people who applied for partner, and they hadn't responded to. So I think they just did a lot of like blind applies before that TwitchCon. Because yeah, like my numbers hit the 75, but they weren't like crazy above it. And they usually like to see you keep that 75 average for multiple months. I feel like last time you were here, I was partner already. And you just didn't notice. We'll see. We'll see. Hold on. I can go back and look. Yeah, 7/19/2023. Yeah, I was already partner by then. You just didn't notice. It's fine. I don't mind. No, no, don't feel bad about it. It's okay. Yeah, exactly, Robert. How should I feel? No, it's fine. Doesn't bother me. All right. So yeah, I like that. Oh, there you go. Yeah, Robert Tables. I mean, you should have worn a suit. I like the check mark. I think they nailed it. No beanie, 3 streams in a row. Yeah, it's hot. We're at 33.1 degrees Celsius in this room. I know, right? Because the Beanie List redemption is only for 30 seconds. So if we do it for like an entire day, man, that is millions, possibly even billions of channel points. I know. Yep, I'm destabilizing my channel point economy. All right, so what are we doing? We're building an enterprise contact form. We don't have it set up yet on a page, but we want to see it on a page somewhere. And yeah, how's it going, Nancy? All right, so we see support contact us. We'll create a folder called contact sales. Honestly, yeah, we're copying a bit from Clerk. No, I don't do portfolio review. All right, so this doesn't go in support layout. And we want to rename this component, because I forgot that part. This is a sales form. You really like the concept of blue sky? Me too. Yeah, I think it's a really good idea. Today you learned that SDKs are not that great when it's for AI stuff. What does that mean? I'm curious about what brought that up. God, it's just so warm. Oh, I need to get like a water spritzer. That'd be really good. Yeah, I need a water spritzer bad. Yeah, I hate the heat so much. It is quite possibly my least favorite thing. Yeah. I really like cold. You can usually warm yourself up. Once you're hot, there's no cooling down, you know? And before some brainiac in chat here is like, well, technically, there's no such thing as cold, just the absence of heat. I like that, whatever it is. All right, so hold on. You wanted to create a little demo in C# about the new job APIs, API that are using the new OpenAI format, so you thought it'd be easy. It's easy as long as you stay with simple stuff. Yeah, that's how a lot of the AI stuff really is right now, anyway. Yes, you will, you liar. You're totally gonna complain. Yeah, SDKs are not good for fast moving targets. Exactly. All right, so what I want to do in the form is I want to put those two drop downs next to each other. Like that. Um, oh, let me get more music going. What's up, John? We're building out an enterprise sales forum at the moment. There we go. That was it. Had the W8 180 in there, hard coded. it's looking okay. We're definitely taking some inspiration from Clerk. Something like that. Oh. Hold on. Yeah, I piped to less, but more didn't do it. Yeah, I definitely did try it with less. Yeah, see, no. Yeah, no, this is still not it. So it's going to end at the exact same spot. Does it? Like, scroll all the way to the end. Right? See, no matter what, even with less or more, we still end up getting truncated at the end of the context window. So I don't think it did work on your side. Right? And that's the exact same place that we die without it. Right after properties. Yeah, no, I had seen someone recommend using less, and I tried that too. I tried piping it to cat, also, nothing. Because this is less of a like an output problem and more of like an MCP problem. So, right, like the tools list here is getting truncated for some reason. I bet if we looked in the source code of the inspector, we could probably figure out why. Only issue is the console log that is truncated. You sure? So you looked in the source code and you saw a result. Yeah, do you have a link to that? I'd love to really like dig into why. Because yeah, I'm very curious about that. And yeah, I need this for work, so ideally we'd be good. Worst case scenario, like, you know, however often it's going to update, we could just copy and paste from the actual inspector. It's just not ideal, you know? All right, so you're saying this value right here. So Ghosty has support for shaders. So basically, you would just download the shaders and then point to custom shader and voila. So it's not technically a video. This is actually a shader. So whoever made this is a genius. In general, you can load up a lot of shader toy stuff. Right? The problem is, I don't know, let's just look at a random one. Here, this one would work perfectly, right? It requires being only one image and not having any weird stuff in the channels. So yeah, this one we could load up as a background, no problem. It might be flipped, and then we just got to invert some axes. This one, because of this channel, if we delete that, this is what we would get in our terminal, which isn't bad. It's actually kind of nice. It's actually really nice. Yeah, so sometimes they just look weird without the channel like image stuff. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, it's quite fun. If you want to mess around with some pre-made ones, shaders, ghosty shaders, there's an official library that I forked from. It's worth checking out. But in mine, I also have some preview images. So yeah, here you can see like the pre-rendering. The GIFs are a little low quality, but you know, it works. Yep, that does look complete. So yeah, result here is full. Yeah, so we see that this is probably where it's trying to do all that. Where does connect get defined? Like, how's it even getting pushed back? So yeah, I mean, we could fork it. That would be a move. Ideally, they would just fix it in the inspector. So hold on. Node.js console log output truncated. Okay, so you tried the util.inspect, and right, even max array length didn't work. Yeah, instead of infinity, could you give it like a real number? You know, like a significantly large one? So I don't know, try setting it to like 100K or something. I almost wonder if the process is getting cut off, right? Like at the disconnect level. Like, what if you did an await set timeout? Okay, so it didn't change anything. So then if you did like an awaitable set timeout, what if you did that after the console log? All right, so basically it would look something like this. Okay, so wrapping that into a set timeout didn't work. Okay. So if you try using that function for like an extra, I don't know, 3 seconds after the console log, does that do anything? Right? Like you'd have to await it. So yeah, you'd define that function outside of it. You'd await it here with a value of like 3,000 maybe. I feel like the set timeout should have done it on the disconnect, but maybe not. And yeah, I could start trying this too. So hold on. It does seem to work with the awaitable timeout. Oh. Interesting. Yeah, what's up? The Weasel. I don't know if that's how we pronounce your name, but it reminds me of Encino Man. Pretty sure I said that last time you were here, but yeah. We's the juice, man. Buddy. Sorry. I used to really like that movie. Yeah, yeah. So you're saying basically like right after the console log. Yep. Okay. All right. So we copy the permalink. I'm going to add that to the context of the issue. All right. So then what was the thing that we talked about or we're looking at? Like util.inspect? Oh, I did forget to await it. Good catch. Thank you. Oh, yep. Good catch. Thank you. And would you like me to tag you? Because I didn't do this discovery. You did. I did help figure out the awaitable timeout fix, though. Just saying. Okay, just making sure, Unplug. Happy to shout you out. Yeah, no big deal. I don't know. I've dealt with so many like timing issues in general that I've got some good instincts about at least what to try to see if it fixes a timing issue. It's one of those things you really only learn after so many years of failing because of it. You know? I find it interesting, though, that your set timeout around the disconnect didn't fix it. That seems weirder. Yep. There are 17 hard problems in computer science. You forget what they all are, but race conditions are certainly one of them. I mean, technically, there's only 2 hard problems in programming. Naming things, cache invalidation, and off by 1 errors. Shit. Because the function ends? I mean, technically, the script shouldn't resolve till all timers are done. Right? Like, at least as far as I remember how the semantics of, like, Node.js CLI stuff goes. Because it'd be the same problem with this awaitable timeout here. I'm not sure. Yeah, the difference between these seems weird. Those who understand binary and those who don't. Yep, that's another good one. That's another good one. No, so the way you'd have to do it is there are 11 hard problems. Naming things, cache invalidation, and not understanding binary. Right? There you go, the bread. Yeah. All right. So yeah, I mean, we at least helped him figure it out. It's not a fix for right now. We could always just fork it. But then that introduces a lot more problems. We could patch it. Process.exit runs early. So yeah, the awaitable. All right, so async await has greater or better semantics than regular set timeout as far as the script not resolving until it's finished. So then this kind of like comes back to the difference between a micro task and a task. Where's Dylan Mulroy? Is it DM Mulroy? Oh, he spells it DI. Yeah, there it is. Oh, so yeah, the set timeout doesn't actually make this get awaited. So it's not necessarily the same thing. No, I see. So yeah, I don't think it's related. So it isn't a task versus micro task thing. It's just simply that the way that call method is awaited, it's not getting to the process.exit properly. So let's add that context to the ticket. Oh yeah, good discovery. So console.log is not a synchronous event. Yeah, because you don't necessarily want to block completely when you're just logging something out, just to like slow everything down, you know? But what we do want is actually like a blockable, right? Yeah, this is some really, really good discovery. Like I've run into issues like console.log does block long enough for certain things to happen. Like I've run into race conditions that didn't present themselves when logging the values. But without a log in place, you know, race condition time. But logging at the right place would actually make everything work perfectly. And then Alan, can the value update after it's been printed? So this is something that you can run into. Yeah, let's reproduce it here. How do I reproduce this? We're gonna do a set interval. So here in set interval, what we're going to do is every, let's say, 1,000 milliseconds. Let I equal 0. I plus plus. So then here, what we want to do is a deeply nested object. So this would be foo bar baz and then I. I think this should do it. All right. So what we can see is, right, at the time these were logged, right, we should see 1 or 2 or whatever. But instead, when we click this, the value then gets evaluated. Oh, no, it didn't this time. So maybe it's not deeply evaluated the same? Or they've fixed it. We might not be deep enough. Yeah, yeah, exactly the bread. I was hoping to actually show that, but yeah, we might not be deep enough. Ooh, unplug. Yeah. Do you want to make a PR for that, or should I? Totally up to you. It is basically a promisified log, but yeah, the whole goal is that we have to await the log because it's dying before it finishes. So, like a promisified console.log is exactly what we're looking for. But console.log, I don't think is a direct alias to process.standardout.write, is it? It's actually an alias to util.inspect. Okay, yeah, I'll do the PR. Now hold on, let me try this. Uh, I guess this wouldn't be in a node environment though. But yeah, the big thing there, Blossoming Petals, is that if you just do a regular process.standardout.write, it's still not awaitable because you're not passing that second argument for like the result callback. So that's the problem. So we need the awaitable version of it. But yeah, good. This was actually really fun. Just digging into this. And yeah, maybe what you were saying, Blossoming, is that utils.inspect is proxying to process.standardout.write. It's possible. Totally possible. But at least at the top level, right, there's an intermediate. All right, so let's go back to here, double check where everything is. And hold on. We see here in CLI, client. I almost want to create like a utils file. What am I missing here? Looks like they're using NPM. All right, and then this is basically an any, huh? No, it's what we're gonna want is the string. Um, do I know if learning from Code Academy could lead to someone getting a job in cybersecurity? I have no idea. Okay, yeah, this feels pretty good so far. Actually, hold on. We'll do it on this one, and then we'll fork it. Do this the other way. All right, do they have any branch naming convention? All right, how do we double check and test this locally? All right, so I run the build. It's probably in the build folder now. And then, hold on, let me see what you wrote. Yep, okay. Yep, that works perfectly. Yeah. Damn. What camera? So the biggest thing about cameras is it comes down to your lens more than it comes down to the camera itself, right? As long as you have like a decent enough 4K with detachable lenses, then it comes down to the lens that you're using. So the camera is a Canon, a Sony ZV-E10. The lens is the Sigma ProArt 18mm, like 1.8. I wonder if I have a command for that, actually. Yep. Oh, it's the 16mm, not 18. And it's a 1.4. But yes, it's a very nice lens. The lens basically costs as much as the camera. You got the same camera and lens? Hold on, wait. How many people have the same camera and lens? Ozune, you got the same one. Robert Tables, you got the same one. Yeah, I mean, it's a decent 4K camera. It's not terrible. But the lens is pretty much like the best lens for streaming. I'm pretty sure this is the same exact lens that Finite Singularity has too. But I don't know if he's on. I don't know if he's on Sony or not. Yeah, old photographer adage: never skimp on glass. Exactly. Yeah, I would bet it's actually the most common lens of streamers. Date the camera, marry the lens. Well, you do got to pick like a lens platform, you know? So you're basically marrying the lens platform. Yeah, the adapters always mess with focal lengths. Like, they mess with the ability to autofocus. Like, the adapters suck. In general, if you can avoid adapters, you should. I mean, Zeratar, I've been streaming for 7 years. I make anywhere between $400 and $600 a month from streaming, so I can afford to spend some money on my stream gear. You know, yeah, it's really not that bad. It's like 3 months of saving up. Now, keep in mind, I also spend a significant portion of that money on subs to other streamers. But I'm okay with it. Now, do they do... What do they do for commits? Do they have any convention there? Yeah, looks like they're not doing conventional commits. You're always going to have some amount of Canon because you lucked into a 400mm lens for cheap. Yeah. I mean, my really nice Blackmagic 6K, that is an EFS setup. I have the RF setup in my kitchen. I'm actually going to be using the RF setup to record Cascadia JS's lightning stages as well. So I just ordered a couple lenses for that. There's a new Canon RF like 70 to 210 millimeter. It's like $200. So I got that and then like a 55 mil, like prime. Just cause. What lighting? They're just LED lights. The nice part about a good lens is that you can have less strong lights. That like 1.4 aperture allows you to let in way more light, and it also like blurs the background more too, just because of depth of field. All right, so we're gonna make this pull request here. Yeah, 1.4 is crazy. Yeah, I mean, Zeratar, here's the big thing. The quality doesn't matter that much to people. It really doesn't. Like, you gotta stream and build the audience before any of the gear makes any sense anyway. Yeah, I'd say audio, people will notice a lot more. You know, if you look at, like, the Primogen, he's less than, I want to say, like, a tenth of the screen real estate. His camera doesn't matter that much, but his audio does. Yeah, Yetis are okay. No, it's fine. Hold on. And is it? I know I was saying Weasel. Is it actually Wesley? Is that how I pronounce your name? No, and dude, no, I really appreciate you helping someone out. Like I'm in the middle of something, so I wasn't able to give as much context for him. And I don't know that much about cybersecurity. Weasel or Wesley would work. Well, I mean, I'm gonna keep saying Weasel because it reminds me of Encino Man. If that's okay, all right? Wheeze the juice, buddy. No wheeze the juice. Don't wheeze the juice. Okay, yeah, just making sure. Oh. Uh, Sorry, we're just making this PR. I don't think there's any breaking changes. I'd say it's a bug fix. All right, we'll make sure that passes. Let me get more music going while we're waiting. All right. Do I... Uh, here's what I'm thinking. I'm not necessarily looking, but that Anthropic roll, right? Yeah, we'll cancel the edit. I was thinking about adding a plea for someone to check out my resume for this one Anthropic role. I like where I'm at. I think Get Kraken's an amazing product. I really like the team and everyone I work with, but it's hard to shake a stick at 400K. They probably even already filled it. Hold on. Oh, it's not even in there anymore? Yeah, they probably already filled the role. Here's the thing. I actually had a hard time finding it on this site. It was, yeah, here we go. So if I do this, right, this is the one I was seeing. But dude, 280. It's hard to shake a stick at 280. Yeah, dude. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I really like where I'm at, but oh my god, this would be life changing. Like, dude, this would be fucking life changing. I would even go into the office for that. Yeah, the minimum's more than I make right now, too. By a big chunk. I'd basically be doubling my salary. But they require in the office 25% of the time. I'd be willing to do that. I would totally be willing to do that. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. So yeah. We'll see. Yeah. I mean, if that's what they're paying, imagine what the amenities in the office are. House-made sushi? I don't know, man. But yeah. Dude, yeah, no, I haven't. I'm really like, I'm making enough. But holy shit, dude. I could buy a house tomorrow. You know, like that would be insane. Not literally. Like technically, I don't know. I got a good chunk for a down payment right now. It's not the right time to buy a house. Yeah, exactly. Hold on. Wait, was that? Where was that again? So yeah, hold on. I'm gonna do this just in case. Okay. So, you know what? Boom. What's the point of LinkedIn if you don't leverage your connections to try and get you to the top of an application list? Right? Like, what's the point of even having LinkedIn if you're not doing that stuff? I'm surprised I actually knew someone that works there. And it's a new one, too. I actually wonder if this person sent the connection request because I sent the application. Eh, whatever. Either way, not a big deal. Just gotta try, right? Closed mouths don't get fed. I feel like maybe. If not, send me a message. Oh, and hold on. I forgot to check these boxes. So yeah, new and existing test pass locally. Appropriate error handling. Yep, it would all just be the same. Finally, I don't think we need to update any docs. All right, cool. Anyway, we fixed a thing. Oh, and hold on. That way, if they merge it, it'll auto-close the issue too. We last talked in 2023. Do you mean on LinkedIn? Discord. It was for work-related stuff. Got it. Makes sense. Into your company. Oh, yeah. No worries. I forget what company that even was. Oh no, it's fine. Yeah, I ended up finding something. Like, yeah, don't even worry about it. That's the nature of it, especially in 2023. Yeah, exactly. Not a big deal. Um, We are basically at 5 o'clock, though. So I think it's whiskey time, and I am just sweating. God, it's so hot. Oh, come on, airflow. Oh, yeah, into the armpit. Oh, that's the good stuff. All right, so I'm gonna go slice some limes. I'm gonna rinse out the glass. It's not so bad, but we'll still rinse it. I'm gonna swap out the ice packs in my pocket because it's a hot day. Tomorrow's supposed to be much better, but yeah, 33.3 degrees Celsius in this room right now, so it's not ideal. We put the lime in the coconut. But okay, so we're gonna get back to the stuff we're working on. Yeah, it's super hot in this room. It's probably like 91 outside, but you know, just all the computer gear in here adds easily like 3 to 5 degrees. All right, cool. So yeah, this is the thing we're gonna do, right? We're gonna finish making this form, right? And select a category is not right. So we got to fix all that. Your girlfriend had to go back to Japan. It's 37 degrees there. Is that like in all of Japan? Because I was considering like Hokkaido would be really cool to move to. But if it doesn't, like, if it has super hot summers, I don't think I want to be there. So yeah, like Southern Island can get really hot. What about the North Island? '81's not great, but it's not terrible. Yeah, Hokkaido is where I'd want to move. Absolutely. But let me go rinse my glass and slice some limes. Okay, I'm back. So yeah, how's everyone doing? Am I still up for back end work? Yeah, it depends on the work. I would say I'm less experienced, depending on like what the back end means there. As far as doing like endpoint, like you know, just server level stuff, sure. But I am not nearly as experienced with like anything that has to do with message queues and like some of that stuff. I just haven't needed them in a lot of the projects that I like. I mean, no, I use SQS in AWS, but I've never dealt with like setting up my own, like RabbitMQ or any of that stuff. No, I get it. And I'm at GitKraken. I'm like, I'm making all right. As a developer advocate, I'm doing pretty good. Like, I'm not too worried. Like, it's not desperate right now. And if anything, I wouldn't mind staying in the like DevRel space just to build that experience. Because I really do kind of figure that like DevRel is one of those things that's going to be a lot harder to like completely take the job of or whatever, Hold on, we're skipping this song. Like I definitely picture DevRel as being more AI proof. I'm not worried about AI, but even then, just like thinking further down the line, when it gets to that point, let's say 5 to 10 years, that's where I think, I'd like to already have 5+ years of experience to get some of those like lead, like DevRel roles, right? Like Anthropic's looking for a head of DevRel. I don't think I'm capable of that, but I got to keep putting in the effort to get to that point. So yeah, like I'm not specifically looking for a dev role at the moment. Like DevRel is at least the goal. I could switch back to dev at any point. Like especially because Stream here keeps me active as a dev, which means my skills are not atrophying nearly as much as DevRels that don't do anything outside of DevRel. Yeah, I could probably do PM work. Right, as far as like prioritization and all that, right? But do I want to live in Jira all day? Not really. And I almost feel like PM work, I would say a lot of like PM work is AI doable at some point instead. And then Alan, you just need an old school patron who just pays you a stipend to build stuff. Yeah, I mean, that'd be the dream. Yeah, right? Like Da Vinci style, right? Get paid by some Medici. Hell yeah, dude. Just pay me to be me and make shit. Where's that job? Where do I apply for that one? And I guess that's basically like the distinguished engineer roles at Google, etc., right? Am I qualified for that? No. I wish, but no. I'm just a poor man's Da Vinci looking for a slightly less poor man's Medici. No, and that's fine. I'm thinking about tweeting it. No, and that sounds great, Zeratar. I really appreciate you thinking about me. Yeah, that's awesome. If you're really looking to hire, we got really good people here in chat. I think we got a channel in the Discord you can check out. Right, as far as like posting a role, up to you. You need a back end dev? Yeah, I mean, we got back end people here. Do you have like a link to a posting that people could check out? You're more than welcome to share it. No worries if not. All right, so yeah, this form. We need to finish building out and testing this form because we got more stuff we want to do to solve Unplug's issue and really everyone's issue in Messijo. Because, yeah, like for some reason our batch emails aren't sending, but we got to do some other stuff first. All right, and yeah, all tests passed. Nailed it. Nailed it. And yeah, no, unfortunately. No, that makes sense. You need someone good, though. Yeah, I mean, there's good people out here. All right, so we can close this. At least for now. All right, so I like the styling. We just got to fix the label. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, I mean, what do you guys use on the back end? That might help see if there's anyone out here in chat. Like, is it all TypeScript on the back end? Or Go or Elixir or whatever? A lot of back end is C sharp. Yeah, any C sharp devs out here looking for a back end role? Yeah, I would say at that point I'm less of a good fit anyway. I just haven't done that much C sharp. Like, sure, I built the SDK for Vexilla, and I did a little bit in college, but yeah, I really don't know the ecosystem that well. But okay, so we got this form. All right, so what we need to do from here is... Yeah, this function. We could probably share this somewhere. I don't mind just duplicating it. I'd say a little bit of duplication's just fine. And let me catch up. Sure, that makes sense, Zeratar. Yeah, I mean, honestly, you guys should connect on Discord. I think it'd be a good idea. We're gonna create a directory. We're gonna share this stuff. Where do we want to put our reusable schemas, as well as some of these reusable like constant rays? Ooh, yeah. How far back are you talking? Right? If it's web forms, ooh, right? So that could be tougher. So like your own like REST API, your own templating, your own like everything. Squeeze another lime. Put the lime in the coconut. And drink them both up. Your message is being blocked here? Like, you're a mod. You should have full link privileges. Well, maybe just don't start it with a dot. Now, hold on. Give me a second. What message got blocked? Yeah, like, I don't see Nightbot blocking anything. So it's on Twitch's end. I mean, I saw a message of Zeratar's that had .net in it with the dot, and it worked fine. Yeah, you're already a regular. Yeah, so the issue is it's an unrecognized command when you start like an entire message with dot. So if you said, right, like, you know, ignore the message colon part, .net something something, that would get blocked because the dot can't be the first character here on Twitch. They consider it to be you trying to execute a command. Right? So I just tried and it said .net, not a valid command or whatever, but it said /net because it interpreted it the same way. Like Zeratar, I see your message earlier that has a .net in it with the dot and everything, and it's fine. Like, it didn't get deleted. Yeah, see? .net works fine right there. You just can't do it as the first character. And that's a Twitch thing. I can't change that. I mean, you don't... There's no working around it, right? Just don't put dot as the first letter. That's it. Like, I don't know. I mean, sure, I guess that is working around it, but yeah, that's a global Twitch thing. You can't do it in any channel. Nothing I can do about it. But like you can see right now, .net worked just fine for you. And then just in case, there you go, Tech Workbench. Wait, you were able to do it? Wait, so 2 dots? .net works. Okay, yeah. There you go. If you just do regular .net, failure, .net. So yeah, just putting it out. No, not go, .net. Sorry, bad joke. Bad joke. All right, so then we got one more bit. Oh, and this is what I wanted to do, right? So it's form... I don't want to call it form data. Form utils. Sure, and then we create a file in here, and this is going to be sales.ts and support.ts. All right, so we're We're going to reduce the duplication. Just didn't feel right. So then we just got to import this from both places. I hope this works that way. Maybe I have to move it to the top level. Ooh, so Alan, what'd you do? Did you add a space? Space.net? Ah, so if you add a space at the beginning, it works too. It just can't be the absolute first character. Oh, you're cheating in UTF? You don't even have to do that. Just do a space at the front. I mean, technically, I'm cheating in UTF-8 too. I'm just cheating in a different way. There you go. And yeah, real quick, Tech Workbench, you can now type .net. Yeah, exactly. There you go. I was actually saying that as you sent it. That's awesome. Oh, there you go, Alan, like using the Greek question mark. Danger. All right, so we bring in that. Sales form schema. And then we can do this. I really appreciate that you guys are connecting, but I don't know. You may want to take it to Discord. Totally up to you. I don't mind that much. Just saying. Up to you guys. Not a big deal. Like, totally fine. If you guys want to keep doing it here, it's not going to offend me. So yeah, Tech Workbench. Yeah, reach out to Zeratar on Discord. Um, yeah, there you go. Maybe LinkedIn. I don't mind that much if you guys want to keep doing it. It's not like we're talking about much else, but it would be hard for us to talk about anything else anyway. Like, I don't know. Whatever. It's not a big deal. Yeah. Right? Connect up however you guys want. Discord, LinkedIn, whatever. I'm really pumped that you guys are doing this, though. Like, yeah. I'd love for this to be a place where, like, people can actually, like, meet up and chat and, connect up jobs and stuff. Like, if anyone's hiring, you're more than welcome to shout it out here. We also got a Discord channel where you can shout that stuff out, too. But yeah, what's up, Standard Pointer? Just got back from the office? Nice. About to hit the gym. Unplug. Yes, Turnstile's amazing. Yeah. Dude, Turnstile's really good. If anyone's looking for like a CAPTCHA tool, Turnstile from Cloudflare is really nice. And you've probably seen it with the whole like log in with Cloudflare thing, but you can even make it like fully invisible. So then your users don't even need to see it. There are certain websites where you probably don't want to do the invisible thing because you might be VPNing in some way that would get you flagged. I don't necessarily want to say out loud what services those might be, but come on, we're all adults here. Or we should be. Yeah, no, Turnstile is really nice. I highly recommend it. FD God, one of our mods and longtime viewers, was asking this same question, like, "Hey, what could I use that's better than CAPTCHA?" Turnstile, man, like really nicely done. But you're about to hit the gym. Is it a specific day, or do you just do a general routine when you go? Standard Pointer. Let's do another one of these, because it's just too damn hot, man. I'm going through these too fast, because it's just too hot. But a nice lime-flavored drink goes down really good on a hot day. Oh, you're up in Vancouver. Oh, cool. Yeah, awesome. And just to double check, you're not someone I've met in person, right? I know a few people that I've met in person at like some like Seattle JS and Cascadia JS events that were from Canada. I understand Vancouver is a big city, so yeah, we probably haven't met. I just wanted to double check that. We haven't yet. Cool. Do you ever go to the Vancouver JS meetup? I don't have my passport, but I just got my my enhanced driver's license, so I could actually go into Canada now for like Vancouver JS. I just haven't prioritized it. But yeah, it's a really good meetup. I know the organizer. They're one of the people I've met. I was basically just asking if you were them. No, I'm not necessarily sure. Vancouver JS. Van JS is what it goes by. Yeah, I'm not sure where they post their like announcements and stuff these days. Damn, they haven't posted here for a long time. Maybe they don't do it anymore? Yeah, maybe they're no longer going. Yeah, maybe it's not a thing anymore. Oh, here we go. Okay. So it's by Van JS, not Vancouver JS. Looks like August 30th on Saturday. They're doing a picnic. Looks like you just missed. Oh wait, no. Hold on. September 24th is the next actual like talks. So that's an option too. So yeah, here's the link for their Luma. Yeah, no, this is cool. I'm glad to see they're still going. I wish there was like a past event, but yeah, you probably, based upon September 24th, I'd guess you might have just missed it. Like if they're doing Wednesdays, it was probably last week. So yeah, you might have just missed their August event. Yeah, no worries. Just figured I'd show you. It's kind of cool. Sean here. Sean McKay is like the main organizer. He's the dude I know at least. It looks like some of the other people are big into helping organize too, though. Yeah, no worries. If you end up talking to Sean, let him know I sent you. He's a good dude. He's been trying to get me to like travel up and give a talk at Van JS for a while. And now that I have my enhanced driver's license, I actually could. I'd probably try and take a train. Because there is a train that goes from Seattle to there. I'd probably try and catch the train in like Everett or something. So the enhanced driver's license is basically, it acts similarly to a passport for people to go from like Washington to Canada. So you can get your enhanced driver's license if you like work in Canada, but you like live in the US and vice versa. Right? Like a lot of states that are on the border on the Canadian border have something similar to the enhanced driver's license just to like make it easier to go across the border for something quick and easy. It solves the same problem as a passport, but it doesn't allow you to go to any other countries. You know, it's like a very specific thing that like states along the border work out with Canada. Amtrak. It would be along the same line. I'm not sure if it's an Amtrak specific train, but yes, there is definitely a train that goes from Seattle, Everett, etc., all the way on up into Vancouver. I've only been to Canada once in my entire life, and this was probably in, I want to say like 1998. Are you going to Cascadia JS? Because there's like a hack bus that they do from Vancouver down to Cascadia. I think there's also like a remote Cascadia JS thing too. I should come up during the summertime? No, I'd actually much rather go up during the wintertime. I would much rather go up during the wintertime. Spend a couple days at some ski resort there. That sounds way better. Oh, ad? Alright, I can wait. I'll just rephrase what I just said. No big deal. Hacker Train. Yeah, do they have a link to the Hacker Train? They don't. Oh, and the MC this year is Jason Langsdorff. Oh, cool. Um, what? Why does Carter look so surprised in his photo? I'm so curious about that now. Why is he so surprised? Oh, but he's got the Slater Kinney shirt. Oh, I'd love to see Slater Kinney in concert. That would be a good show. Oh, and yeah. Okay, so just in case you're not aware, yeah, this person is one of the people putting on the Vancouver like satellite version of Cascadia JS. Hold on. It does sound very Brazilian. Yeah, exactly. How many is a Brazilian? Sorry, that's a good bad joke. Yeah, you might check it out. I think if you go to tickets here on Cascadia, I think they're doing like a satellite version of like, you know, they're gonna watch the talks live somewhere in Vancouver as like just like a satellite event. I don't know how much it costs or whatever, but that could be worth checking out too if you're not gonna make it to Cascadia. And then the thing I was saying is, I don't want to go up to Vancouver during the summer. I want to go up to Vancouver during the winter because I'm a snowboard bum. So yeah, I'd love to just stay a couple days at some random resort up in Canada. That sounds way better. No, I was thinking there's either like Grousemont or whatever, or Grouse Mountain. There's Mount Seymour. Like, there's a bunch of resorts that are really like close that aren't Whistler. I don't give a shit about Whistler. Yeah, Grouse Mountain, Cypress, and then yeah, Mount Seymour are like the big ones. I'd love to do a trip up to those. Yeah. Shit, I'd love to live in Canada. that like that'd be awesome. Squamish. Ooh, I don't remember Squamish. Is Squamish the name of the resort? Oh yeah. So Squamish is really not that far. Squamish is the city. What resort is up by Squamish? Okay, and then Whistler's like on the way. Oh, I get it. Okay. Yeah, meanwhile, the place I'm thinking of. Oh, Chilliwack. Hold on. This is up where Codephobia lives. But yeah, I'm pretty sure Grouse Mountain is like somewhere over in here. Like, I know it gets a really good view of the city. But then Mount Seymour's probably like a little further. And wait, what was the no to? Right? Like there's no resort in Squamish. It's more like Squamish is just like on the way to Whistler or whatever. Okay. Or you're saying Grousemont is up this way. Grouse Mountain is North Vancouver. It's like closer than Squamish, right? Hold on. Let me do this. Give me a map of all the ski resorts in Canada. Just do that one. All right, so Sun Peaks I've heard really good things about. Big White I've heard really good things about. Revelstoke I've heard is amazing. Kicking Horse I've heard is really good. Where's Mount Seymour then? Cypress, okay. Grouse Mountain. So Grouse would be the move. Yeah, that jump line is really good. Seymour is really far from Vancouver? Oh, really? Yeah, I mean, Sun Peaks is super far. Yeah, I get that. Where the hell is Mount Seymour? Seymour is still North Vancouver? Okay. It's probably like something in here. Oh, Mount Seymour's up this way. Okay. Got it. Got it. No, no, no. We found it. We found it. Yeah, we're good. I just needed to research, right? Because our search was too wide out. Dude, I would love to live in Canada, actually. I know my salary would take a hit, but it'd be worth it. Because I'd be out in one of these areas. It'd be worth it. It'd be so worth it. But I'm not rich enough. No, do I mountain bike? Hell no, dude. I've broken both my collarbones already. Like, no thanks. No thanks. If anyone doesn't know, that's like the most common injury in mountain biking. Broken collarbone. Been there, done that. I'm good on it. No thanks. All right, so yeah, back to what we're doing. Yeah, taking my sweet time. That's what we do, man. But let's compare these components. We pulled out the duplicated BS. I think we're good there. So then we go to the form utils. Yep. Form utils. We haven't done the support one yet. And category. Yeah, we should turn category into something that we can loop over. So, right, like bug report, feature request, general help, or billing. All right, so we got those. Now we want to pull this part out. This is going to be support form schema. Tech Workbench, I think they were hoping you would send them something. But I don't know if you guys like sent your LinkedIn links to each other. So, like Tech Workbench, do you have Discord? I would at least send your LinkedIn to Zeratar on Discord. If you don't have Discord, that's a little tougher. I get it. Anything else come of the Get Crackin' Ubuntu stuff? No, not really. Like, we noticed that it's there. It's not a link. There's not much we can do about it, but it's really cool that it shows us. Yeah, Tech Workbench. I would say send a message to Zeratar. Up to you. But, you know, I'd say kick it off. Send him a DM on Discord. Oh, it's the best font. Yeah, here you go. You're welcome. Oh, if I could type. There we go. I do have to pee. Let me go use the restroom. And I'll be right back. And man, I am sweating. It is super warm. Okie dokie. How's everyone doing today? You having a good day? I am super excited for tomorrow because tomorrow is a much colder day. Like, we're looking like 15 degrees colder ish, you know, like rounding up. Probably closer to like 10 to 12, but it's going to be really nice. Came back from an epic Korean lunch. Spicy pork in one of those hot bowls where the rice on the edges got all crispy. I don't know if I've ever even tried or heard of that. Oh, shit. I'm out of water, though. I gotta go pour some more water. It'll just take a sec. BRB. And then, yeah, we need to, like, test these forms. We need to ship them up. And we need to enable the places that they're linked to, which is pretty easy. And we'll totally do that. So, BRB, give me a sec. Okie dokie. Oh, and it's super hot, man. Tell me about cold weather. At this point, it feels like just a dream. Tell me about the rabbits, George. Tell me about the winter, George. Wait a minute. We just heard this album. Yeah, I just restarted it because I'm lazy. That's my bad. Here we go. In this room specifically, it's 33.2 degrees Celsius. 9 degrees Celsius in Helsinki? I am so jealous of that right now. Are you fucking kidding me? So I need to move there. I get it, 9 Celsius. That's amazing. I want to be there. All right, so the options are Canada. Helsinki is Sweden, correct? Finland. God damn it. Meanwhile, Stockholm is Sweden, right? I might have that wrong. Stockholm is Sweden. So, hold on. Some of y'all might not have caught the joke in Die Hard, right? So there's the news program where someone's talking about Helsinki syndrome, which isn't a thing. And the news anchor guy is like, like Helsinki, Sweden, right? And they're like, no, Finland. In which he looks like an idiot. But it's actually like a subtle twist. It's actually Stockholm syndrome, which is in Sweden. So yeah, like there's like a weird, like subtle joke in Die Hard. And because of that quote, I've mixed it up in my head every single time. If they hadn't made that joke, I'd probably know it every single time. But yeah, like next time you're watching Die Hard, just catch that joke and then recognize that there's probably a lot more that weren't like hammer it over your fucking head like, hey, this is a joke, dude. Right? Like subtle jokes that you're not necessarily expected to pick up on until like rewatching. All right, so this is a high level joke, right? I'm making an Of Mice and Men reference, and I'm also making a Ski Bunny reference for like snowboard bums. This is a multi-layered joke. How do we feel about it? I'm into it. I think we're good. I think it's a solid, solid, solid tweet. Publish now. Do it now. Tell me about the winter, George. Tell me about the ski bunnies. Tell me about them ski bunnies. Anyway, back to what we're doing. Back to more lowbrow stuff, like this stream. Oh, I should actually ask Bash Bunny what resorts I should check out if I do end up doing a Vancouver trip, right? I'm going to guess she rides grouse. But yeah, like, is the extra trek for Mount Seymour or some of the other places worth it? I don't know. Because she's a skier. Like, she knows skiing that area. All right, so then, yeah, real quick. At the end of the sales thing, we've got one more thing we want to check. People take the bus up to Whistler just for one day? That sounds miserable. No, I think she's smarter than that. I can understand going to Whistler for like a multi-day trip, but dude, the trip to Whistler doesn't sound worth it. I'd bet money she rides grouse. I feel like maybe I'm remembering a tweet or something about it. It's only an hour and a half? Really? With traffic? If it's only an hour and a half, that's not bad. That's actually kind of amazing. That's really not bad at all, actually. Yeah, I don't know. I'm pushing back on the hour and a half thing. I feel like it's longer on a weekend, but also who'd want to ride Whistler on a weekend anyway? So, okay. I've never been to Whistler, so I don't know. So yeah, this is the part that changes. Honestly, the thank you for your message, right? I'm going to say inquiry because it's a little fancier. Thank you for your inquiry. We'll get back to you as soon as possible. In the meantime, we invite you to try Messijo on the free tier and see if it works for you or something, right? Sure, why not? Honestly, no. I think it's just that. Thank you for your inquiry. We will get back to you as soon as possible. think that's it. I think we're good. Maybe we add like a CTA to take them back to the home page. What do you think about that? Right? Should we add like a CTA button? So we don't necessarily know that they've logged in or anything yet, right? This is a thing that they do, right? This is the enterprise like sales form, right? Like the if you have to ask, you can't afford it form. Oh, that makes sense there, Hop. Okay, I get it. And it's not Hop, it's Nop, right? Yeah, it just got cut off to where like it could have been an H. But yeah, no, I get it. No, like no matter what, they're gonna have this header. The header is gonna be there the whole time. They can just click Messijo, you know? But yes, an extra CTA would be nice. I think so too. I agree, Larobi. Yeah, I think you're totally right. But we could just add a button anyway. Yeah, I really do think contact sales is the end of the flow. I also think submitting a support ticket is the end of the flow, and then you can do the other parts. Fuck it, you know? One thing I'm massively considering is refactoring from local storage for our token to a cookie. Like other stuff can stay local storage, but our token should probably be a cookie because then we can share the cookie between our marketing site and our app.messijo.com site, right? Because we can just have the cookie scoped to messijo.com. That would be hugely valuable just for like showing the user a better state, you know? So we should probably do that. That's a separate ticket. That's a separate thing. We still want to make these forms work, and we can do that. Yeah, I'm gonna say this feels good. We're gonna add this stuff and push it up. Ah, but hold on. I don't want to do too much to change how you navigate that. That's actually a personal pet peeve of mine. When you're logged into a site and you go to the .com and you're trying to like maybe show someone the pricing page, but they just send you to the dashboard immediately. Like I really don't want to do any of that. I want the marketing site to still be accessible in the same exact way. Yeah, I really hate when apps do that. Like I really hate it. Right? If you make it to messijo.com, there should be just a single click to take you to the dashboard. I get that. That's fine. But anything more than that, and like it harms my experience as a streamer, you know? And the streamer persona is greater than that. Yeah, I'm okay with no CTA. I think that's fine. I think that's fine. With my streamer persona, it's different. I don't think it is, right? Like, it's the same persona as someone that wants to show their boss something or whatever, right? And that's actually the most important persona. Yeah, you logged into this thing to test it out, and now you want to show your boss? Well, how much does it cost? I can't navigate to the pricing page without logging out. Fuck. You know? It's not actually just a streamer persona thing. It's actually the most important persona. The person saying, hey man, we should buy this. And then showing it to someone else. No, I get it. What I was saying is like my streamer persona is specific for that because I got to show it here on stream. But that person that's showing a thing to someone else is actually not just a streamer persona problem. So that's what I was getting at, right? Like, it starts out and it seems like just a streamer persona problem, but I think it goes deeper than that. I think it goes way deeper than that. So yeah, do I think I could be a product person, right? Product manager type role? I think absolutely I could do that. But how much time do I actually want to spend in Jira? How much time do I want to spend in meetings? And there lies the rub. All right, so 1 second. I'm going to go slice another lime. Dude. No joke, that is 4 drinks within like an hour and a half. Not ideal. It's just too fucking hot, man. We need cooler days, so I don't need such a refreshing beverage so often. And lime and water doesn't do it. So give me a second. I'm going to go slice some more lime. I'm going to go put some more lime in that coconut and drink them both up. So give me a second. BRB. And then, yeah, we want to push up what we've done for these forms. Maybe test them a bit. And then our next step is really figuring out, at least trying to stew on, what the fix would be for why our batching is failing. And that's actually a much tougher bug. So, yeah. Yeah. Alrighty then. All right. Robert Tables, are you still out there? Well, for anyone in the Fantasy Football League, Saturday is the day. I know I should have double checked. Like, oh, what day this Friday or Saturday would work best? Saturday is it. Friday is Path of Exile too, like patch day. All right, so you're here? Yeah, Saturday is going to be our day for the draft. I'm going to send a message over to the Discord today or tomorrow. You could draft during because you're only a player. All right, cool. Yeah. Just saying, like, we got to do it. We got to do it. I need to actually reach out to like all the other players. I'm almost certain Atota's in there twice. No, and I get it. And it's like such a chill league. Like, still, $100 goes to the winner. I will happily pay $100 out of my own pocket to the winner of the league. So, anyone here play fantasy football? Would you like to join? Someone's in there with no name? I'm going to have to impose a rule that people start using their stream names. But yeah, we got a fantasy football channel in the Discord. If you play fantasy football, even if you don't, dude, $100. I could increase the size of the league as needed. I could put us to 16 just in case. But the only thing I require is that you're actually active. It's not a set and forget. You got to actually make sure you're taking your injured people out. You know, and trading as needed and doing some of that BS. It's a very minimal commitment. It's like an hour a week. Honestly, it's like only an hour a week. And then it's the roll of the dice. Yeah, so Robert Tables did that last year. Who all did you have? Were you the one that had Josh Jacobs? Yep. All right. Yeah, dude. You got screwed, man. You had so many players with season ending injuries. That was crazy, dude. That was crazy. Yeah, man. You had the worst luck. Yep, Theseus is shit. Yeah, exactly. All right, so let's add everything here. I believe we're good. Yeah, it is still fun, even if you do badly, right? Like, you could win $100 out of my own pocket. No requirement, no payment to enter. And if you win, I pay you $100. Come on, man. Why aren't you doing it? If you have no interest in football, I get it. Okay. But if you want an interest in football, fantasy football is actually like a gateway to that. It is free real estate. Damn right, dude. Damn right, dude. Shit. You could learn a lot about the game. Like, it's kind of fun. This is the first year I'm going to be playing it without actually having paid for Madden NFL. This is my first year without having Madden NFL to tell me, like, who are the hot new players. Yeah, exactly. Honestly, that shit led me astray so bad. Like, all my favorite players in Madden end up sucking in fantasy. Like George Kittle. He doesn't suck, but man, like, he blows it compared to how much, like, his cards kill it in the game, you know? Yeah, it's a whole different sport. Exactly. So, real quick, what we need to do is we need to get that support button back into our layout. All right, so dashboard layout. We got some shit commented out somewhere. Maybe. I thought we did. Did I just delete it? Oh, this is in the web app. Nah, so I'm looking at the wrong layout. I need to be looking at Astro layout. It really is Dungeons and Dragons for jocks. Yeah, that's a good way of putting that. Ish. Like, it's close, you know. But yeah, no, it's a fun thing. It's all right. If you don't want to do it, don't feel pressured. My bad. Just trying to get people involved. It's more fun when there's more people. All right, so we do something like that, just nice and basic. Yeah, I'm not sure about the centering. Right, especially like page to page. Something we could fix. And yeah, like, now we got a lot of work to do. But all right, so then over here in our dashboard layout, all right, so we'll do that from the app. And yeah, we see support. Sure. I think this layout, we do have gap 4 in there. I think I almost want to make it a gap 8. Yeah. All right, and then hold on. We're not done yet. Where are we linking to? We don't have the enterprise thing yet. So we need to make the pricing page show the enterprise thing. Enterprise, engage. Hold on, I'm curious. Who's streaming right now? All right, just checking. Clunk kills it. Frying Pan kills it. JD does Dev killing it. Yeah, that might be where we go raid. Cobbinger is streaming right now. That's crazy. Oh, Cobbinger's a good dude. I'm noticing one thing. Hold on. I'm really curious about this now. All right. All right. All right. All right. There is someone I consider a bit unhinged that we haven't seen back here since when I called them out for some of their bullshit over on the gaming stream, even. But they didn't unfollow. They don't hang out anymore. So, it's fine. Raimu, if you're out there, you got the unhinged vibe from that person too. If it... No. It's like someone very specific. Nah, it's just one of them things, man. Some people are super weird sometimes. You're a tasteful flavor of unhinged? I'm not sure that exists. I'm not sure that's actually a real thing. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to commit what we got. All right, so we're going to push this up. And we got other shit to do. But it's a hot-ass day, and I don't know. We'll see how much longer we want to go. God, it's just so warm. I'm sweating bullets right now. Like, dude, this shirt. Normally, I could wear a shirt twice before washing it. Not on a hot day like today. There's just no way. Like, not a cotton shirt that's this thick. This shirt used to be light blue. No, it's not that soaked. Shit, dude. It is a light blue. It's just the lighting is different. Like, it didn't change color throughout the day. How hot is it here inside? I'm at 32.8 degrees Celsius. Which is probably like 91 and a half. Maybe 92. Like Fahrenheit. Yeah, dude, it's hot here in Washington, man. Why is it so hot? Ask global warming. I don't know, man. Ask all these motherfuckers that own oil companies. No AC? No, Washington State has the least AC of pretty much any fucking state, besides Alaska. There's less AC here in Washington than any other state besides Alaska. I think it's even less than Hawaii. No, I live in an apartment complex, and this entire apartment complex, nobody has actual AC. They just have like specific things that allow them to vent like a portable AC. No, and I get that, Zerk. Like here in Washington, we only get these temperatures like 2 weeks out of the year. Like 2 weeks out of the entire year, we get temperatures like this, and then rest of the time, we're talking like mid 70s, possibly mid 80s. Yeah, Washington State's amazing. But it's crazy because we still have less AC than Maine. And Maine is like, I just squirted lime juice into my eye. That sucks. Maine's at like the exact same latitude. Lime juice in the eye is a little refreshing, actually. You know what? Lime juice in the eye at least reminds me that I can still feel something other than sweat. Your last 2 months of electricity were 300 each. Oh, see, I'm still hitting like I'm only at 100. I'm only at 100, and that's with I'd never turn my computers off kind of stuff. Like my computers never turn off, and I'm only at 100. All right, so I want to track at least a task. Post my uptime. 106 days. Yeah. I'm putting my energy bill where my mouth is. I'm actually curious about my work machine. I bet my work machine's way worse. Okay, only 39 days for work. Only 39 days for work. Yeah, post your uptime. Your Raspberry Pi has been up for 94. You accidentally turned off the wrong switch on the wall. Yeah, there you go. Is there like a Windows version of uptime? Because I'm pretty sure my stream machine is way worse. Dude, my Mac Mini is sweating right now, though. Like, dude, Mac Mini doesn't even have a fan built in. It's the brand new Mac Mini. Yeah, I did that in December. Like, basically, when the new Mac Minis came out, I ordered one. And then it arrived in December. M2 16 gig? Yeah, so I upgraded knowing that this Mac Mini is going to last me another 10 years. Because the last Mac Mini I had lasted 10 years. And the only thing I was really regretting with that Mac Mini was not enough like storage. So I went for the 1 terabyte on this one just to not hit that same bottleneck, because that 256 was a mistake. Dude, the Mac Mini is one of the best deals you can get for any Apple hardware. M4 Max MacBook Pro. You want something that isn't your job and your Intel i9, you're going to make a Linux laptop. Yeah, sure, that makes sense. Ooh, iReal, here's a big thing. Make sure that that SSD has the right file system on it. APFS sucks for external drives. Don't make that same mistake. HFS plus journaling. That's the only way to go for external drives. Just saying, like, dude, I made that mistake. Do not make the same mistake. FAT16, that'll be fine too. You don't need long stuff. Yeah, like, APFS is the worst file system for external drives. It's fine, maybe internally for a Mac Mini or something. Even then, I'd push back and say you should probably be on HFS plus journaling anyway. Because the moment a drive dies, APFS will eat itself. Whereas, like, HFS plus journaling is recoverable. Yeah, MacBook Air is really good too. I'm dealing currently with my MacBook Air that I'm issued from work. Dude, in this heat, it fucking sucks. Like, it's throttled like so badly that it's barely usable. Like, it is massively throttled in this heat. They bought them on their own. I mean, no, honestly, like, the MacBook Air is a solid investment. Like, it's really good. I'm trying to remember if I got my mom a MacBook Air or a MacBook Pro. But she was mentioning she wanted something nicer, so I spent a shitload of my fucking credit card points to get her whatever, like the powder blue one was, with like as much RAM as I could put on it and all that shit. I think it was an Air. I can't remember. Maybe it was a Pro. I feel like it was an Air. But yeah, I got my mom like the 17-inch or the 15-inch MacBook Air, like maxed out basically. Because it's mom, you know? Yeah, exactly. You know, like, treat your mom right. Even the old Air laptops are cool for running Linux. Still good hardware. Yeah, I mean, I have like an old MacBook Mini that I kind of want to install Linux onto. But I don't want to reformat that drive because I'm pretty sure at some point there will be data I want to recover. So I'm just leaving it. I'm just leaving it. DHH would tell me a lot of stuff that I would ignore. Because I don't believe in anything that dude says in like a personal light. He says some really good things every once in a while. But in general, no, I ignore the fuck out of that dude. For every one good comment he has like 10 to 20 shit comments. Like the zero build thing? Fuck you. No. No. Just no. Just no. Like, dude, don't listen to that asshole because of that. But other stuff he says sometimes is really good. Like, the need to scale beyond Ruby on Rails is a really fucking nice problem to have. Technically, you could pick any other technology and it's the same problem, right? The need to scale beyond a single instance is a really nice problem to have. So even then, when I'm listening to what he says, there's like an edge case to his statement, right? There's like caveats we should fill in. And then his statement needs to be adapted for those caveats. No matter what you're building, if you need to scale beyond a single machine, that's a really nice problem to have. But him bragging about 14,000 requests per second for some crazy fucking Ruby on Rails server, that's shit, dude. You could hit 14,000 requests per second with Node.js and not even like all cores on some crazy server, you know? Matsumoto? I don't know who Matsumoto is. Was that the person who was like the actual creator of Ruby on Rails? Is that it? Is that the person that made the original, like, Rails is Omakase? Oh, creator of Ruby itself. Okay. So no, like, the Rails is Omakase is still, like, DHH, right? That's a fantastic blog post still, right? Like, honestly, Rails is Omakase is something that is still worth reading. And yeah, that's a DHH thing. You don't have to like DHH to recognize that he says some really good shit sometimes. And it's just rare for him. It's rare for him. No, he kind of is an asshole. He kind of is an asshole. Some of his opinions are really shit. Like, he shouldn't be promoting some of the opinions he's promoted in the past. If he would just focus on tech, yeah, he'd be hitting 80% of like good posts versus bad posts. But then he makes like weird fucking political and personal shit as posts that no one should listen to him about. Like, seriously, the dude should shut the fuck up about how other people live their lives. And he should only talk about tech. He has some really great, like, takes in tech. But from a personal level, dude, that dude fucking sucks. From, like, a weird, like, lifestyle level, any lifestyle tweet or comment he's ever made is really shitty, dude. Like, nah, fuck that dude. He sucks. Unless it's about tech, and then about tech, no, I agree with a lot of what he says, but the dude doesn't stick to just tech. And right, like, stay in your lane, I do somewhat disagree with stay in your lane. You know, sometimes we need to know that some people suck on a personal level. That's important, actually. I agree with some of what Uncle Bob says. I don't think clean code is how, like, every org should judge their code, but there are some nuggets of wisdom in clean code. But Uncle Bob as a person, boy, he sucks. What a fucking asshole. Right? Like, he's made a bunch of those weird-ass, like, bathrobe tweets sipping from a liberal tears coffee mug. Like, what the fuck, dude? What a fucking asshole. What a fucking asshole. Why bring that shit into it? Just make your tech comment and move on, man. Why is the liberal tears fucking coffee mug necessary? It's just an asshole move. It's just him being the actual asshole he is, rather than like a person that maybe says something good every once in a while. A GM liberal tears sipping gif? I don't know, man. Like, no, like, grab a clip of fucking the dickhead sipping from his thing. Like, he's got clips. You can find the clips. And then, yes, there's people like Torvalds, who's somehow always stays in his lane. He only talks about tech, but he's a jerk about it. That's a thing, though, right? Like, is he a jerk technically? Or is he just a jerk in his phrasing? Yes, phrasing is still a thing. I would say Linus Torvalds is somewhat of a jerk from a top level because he doesn't pull punches in his phrasing. You know? But is he ever, like, truly wrong in his opinions? No, he could have just been nicer about it. And that's a big difference, right? Like, some of the shit Uncle Bob's done, no, he's an asshole and a jerk, and it's not even phrasing related. It's just, like, a bad fucking opinion, dude. Like, some shit's defensible. Uncle Bob, for the majority of his other comments, are indefensible. There's a big difference. It's not how he says it. It's what he's saying that makes him an asshole. Whereas, like, Linus Torvalds, no, what he's saying is totally fine. It's how he says it that could be better. That's not the same fucking thing. These are not equivalent, right? It is apples and oranges comparing Bob being a jerk and Linus being a jerk. You know? One is disregarding someone's opinion in a personal way, and the other is disregarding a person's opinion in a technical way. And they are very different things. Right? Technical criticisms are valid regardless of phrasing. Personal criticisms are invalid regardless of phrasing. I don't give a fuck. Why are you as a tech person speaking out against personal shit? You shouldn't do that. Who gives a fuck? Like, come on, man. Why bring politics into tech? Just don't do it. It's that easy. It's that fucking simple. Just don't bring politics into tech. Now, I feel the need to bring a little bit of politics into tech, to shout out the people that suck by bringing politics into tech. And yes, there was some movements, I don't know, 7 years ago, that brought politics into tech too, that I didn't agree with. I agreed with their premise and I agreed with their like motive, but I really didn't agree with their method, you know? You can disagree with the method and still agree with someone's motive, you know? It's okay to be really fucking progressive, but think that that shit doesn't belong in tech, right? Like, in a way that it shouldn't influence who can contribute code and who can't. And I think that's where, like, the COC stuff went too far. Right? Like, too many people got canceled just because they have shit opinions. Is it their fault for voicing those shit opinions? A little bit. But it doesn't mean that their tech contributions are any, like, diminished, you know? And I think that's what a lot of the right-wing tech-fluencers have latched onto. Right? Like, a lot of the right-wing tech-fluencers saw any little bit of pushback about that shit, and they went so far the other direction that you should ignore them in many cases. Yeah, and I get it. H. Mendoza, right? Like Google and so many places, so many organizations still listen to what Linus says because what he's saying is valuable. It's just the way he says it that is a little wrong. Whereas instead, there's the opposite side of things where what someone says is just indefensibly wrong. And then they're like having to claw back like, well, I'm getting canceled, which means obviously my code is shit too, which it isn't. Which, yeah, no, their code's not bad, but they just suck. Right? And I don't think a COC is actually the problem, but when it's used as a weapon, it can be. And Rust dealt with that majorly. There are right-wing influencers that hate on Rust almost specifically because the COC was weaponized. And I can understand that, but it doesn't make it right. It doesn't mean that the people pushing back are actually right. No, they have a point, but their rhetoric still sucks, you know? Just commit the code. Why do you have to speak out and be political in your fucking social life? But also, why should your social life impact whether your PR should get merged? You know? So I understand both sides of that coin. I don't know, man. Like, it's just tough. It's just tough. Let's play some more music, though. If your code is good and it passes the test and it does what someone needed, it doesn't fucking matter who committed that code. I think that's important. I think that's the most important thing that I'm trying to make a point of. And keep in mind, I am liberal as fuck. But dude, if some majorly right-wing asshole who I think is a terrible human being commits a really good pull request, evaluate the code on its own. And just do that, right? Like, come on, man. Don't let the COC get in the way of good code. I think that's a big part of the problem. And why so many people shifted right-wing when really they should have been pushing back on weaponizing the COC. I'm liberal as fuck. I want everybody to have rights. I want my taxes to pay for everything, you know? I want rich people to pay their fair share. Like, all this shit. I'm liberal as fuck. But come on, man. Don't weaponize your COC. I vote blue every single chance I get. I live in Washington State. I don't necessarily even have to, because we're blue anyway. But, like, it's just one of those things, man. Oh, and then Jacob. Yes, yes. Sorry, I missed your question about what is COC. It's the code of conduct. And I think code of conduct is important, but it shouldn't be weaponized in a way to ignore any voice that disagrees with people, right? Because the code should live on its own. So yeah, the code of conduct or covenant of conduct or something like that, like I forget. Like COC could mean something. But yeah, weaponizing COC in COVID happened under COVID and stuck in weirdly? No, weaponizing COC was a pre-COVID thing. Weaponizing the COC started in easily like 2017. Easily. For sure. Like that's back when like Uncle Bob got canceled the first time. Do people not remember that? Like, I get it. I'm old. I remember this shit. Nah, man. Uncle Bob's been canceled multiple times. Right? Who's the dude? Like, big old beard. What kind of an asshole? Really big in computing still, though. We've been rated by someone who has like a meme and like an emote. Stallman, yes. Richard M. Stallman. I don't know. Like, he's been canceled multiple times because he's kind of an asshole, man. Does that make any of his tech contributions any less meaningful? No. So, like, there has to be like a line in the sand of like, dude, yes, you can dislike a person and not want to work with them. But are their code contributions to open source meaningless because of that? I don't think so. There is nuance to all of these arguments. Salman's contributions to music? Wait, what? I get it. How about stop being an asshole? Some people are not capable of that, but they're still capable of writing good software. Nah, man. The key is, does being an asshole in public need to happen? That's a different thing, right? But at the end of the day, be an asshole. You don't have to interact with assholes. There are people that you might agree with that are still fundamentally assholes. I'm kind of one of them, I bet. You might agree with me politically and in every other way, but you just don't like me. That's fine. I can't change that, and I wouldn't want to. I'd love to chat and, like, not necessarily try and change it, but we can figure out what I've done and why. Sure, man. But you know what? Some people are just going to dislike you, and that's fine. That's the way the world works. I don't like him. He's too happy all the time. There are people who actually think that. They just don't like someone because they're too happy all the time. You can't change that opinion. Some people just don't like happy people because they're fucking miserable. But do they write good code still? There we go. And then, yeah, Larobi, for sure. Right? Like, nothing wrong with assholes. Every AI firm has an asshole for a logo. Wrecked him, damn near killed him. All right, so hold on. Let me get more music. I forgot to press play. There you go, Methuselah. Yeah, and honestly, it's probably something that dude's heard his entire fucking life. But he just thinks he's above doing anything better because, fuck it, man, I produce good code. And that's fine. Maybe he does. But he'd be better if he just cared about the people he talks to, you know? I just think in general, yes, the people who weaponized, you know, the code of conduct or whatever, or covenant of conduct or whatever it was, right? The COC. They shot themselves in the feet. Like both feet. Just because they wanted to do some like bullshit political stuff. I get it, right? I understand trying to make the world a better place and trying to make people understand what they could do, but weaponizing the COC was definitely a thing that pushed a lot of people to the right in a way that sucks. Right? Like, people tried to cancel Larry Garfield, the creator of, what was it, Drupal, I believe? Because he had some weird, like, sexual kinks. And they're not that weird, no kink shaming. Like, do whatever you gotta do. I don't think there's been any fucking pushback of him being problematic in that stuff. People just didn't like his sexual kink and weaponized it against him. And got him kicked out of the thing that he started. That's fucking weird, dude. That's super weird. So yeah, the COC people really shot themselves in the foot. Right? Having a sexual kink does not mean you are all of a sudden the other. But that said, like, I could live a really happy life if I never have to hear DHH say some weird political, personal shit that no one needs to care about. He can just have that opinion and not voice it, you know? Shit, dude. Just keep making good software. Let the software speak for itself. Don't use your platform to promote hate. He is actually like on record as being anti-gay and anti-trans. For sure. Like, yeah. No, he's on record saying that kind of shit. At least anti-trans. I don't know if it was necessarily anti-gay. But he has used his platform to promote some shit that he shouldn't have done. Yeah, he's kind of a shitbag of a human being. But his technical contributions and some of the technical stuff he says, still has value. Just saying. Right? To disregard him completely because of a shit personal opinion? That's just burying your head in the sand. I don't want to name names, but a bunch of the famous people in tech, in like software and game dev, here in this category on Twitch, they're right-wing. They're like really right-wing. It's actually really easy. Have they ever talked about their religion on stream? Yes, they have. It's really easy to spot. And then other shit they say betrays them as well. But you can bet who they voted for. Does that mean you shouldn't listen to them or watch them? No, because they're not misusing their platform. Which I'm totally okay with. Yeah, right. Totally. I'm not kidding. I could move to Utah at some point. Snowboarding's really good. Land is cheap. No, no, that's a good point. And yes, I don't want to have anyone actually guess who the streamers are. You know who they are, and it's fine. They can have those opinions, and they're not misusing their platform for it as much as some other assholes. I will just point out they used to have a meme about Biden. They don't have a single meme about the current president. Yeah, their bias is showing. I'm not going to make a meme about any of those assholes because I don't want political fucking memes here in my chat. Can we just recognize, like, come on, man. You had a meme about one, and now you're crickets on the shit that's going on right now. Like, all of this is so much more memeable, actually. But crickets, because they're betraying what team they play for. And that's the problem. That's the biggest problem I have with them. I think they're great people in person, and I'd happily hang out and chat with them. I still massively disagree with how they use their platform. But you know what? It's their platform and not mine, so I can just be upset about it. Fuck it. Whatever. Anyway, let's continue doing what we're doing. We can close some of this stuff. We looked at Clerk for the example of what we do. I believe, yeah, we can close that. We can close that. We can close that. Discord. Yeah, I'm tempted to just delete my post here. I'll just delete my post. Yep. All right. So we'll close that. All right. Cloudflare docs. Let's close that. We're not using the static forms thing. I do want to keep common paper around, maybe. We can close that. Keep that. And then, yeah, local whatever. We can do that separately. We're going to keep the rest of that around. So, the next bit we need to deal with as a bug, and it's currently 7 p.m., so we don't necessarily have to do it right now, but I want to start like stewing on and thinking about it so that my background process, right, like my diffuse thought process, can actually think about how to solve this over the next day. Like Wednesdays are my day off, and then we can come back Thursday and solve it. So the bug that we're dealing with is the fact that our batch email sending on the back end is not working the way we expected. So it's all of this. And we added a bunch of like inspect endpoints. Or not endpoints. We added a bunch of inspect statements, to the various functions that we got in here. And this is where we want to start actually debugging this whole process. Like, how is our API not doing any of that? So yeah, we're going to have to clear this and figure that part out. But yeah, what's up, Ami? Mr. Sir? How you doing? Yeah, shit. All right, so I do need to go pee. God damn it, it's still 32.8 degrees Celsius. It's 7 p.m. It should be so much cooler. Be a whole lot cooler if it did. All right, so I gotta go pee. Oh my god, man. Dude, the temperature bullshit. The temperature bullshit. But let me go pee. I got one more lime and enough water that, yeah, we're good to go there. So I'll use the restroom. Do I miss winter yet? Sir Elfman, I just made a tweet about that even, right? Twitter or Blue Sky. Tell me about winter, George. Tell me about the ski bunnies. Alrighty. So yeah, tell me about the ski bunnies, George. Damn, that album finished up while I was peeing. I'm sorry. Let's play another album. Do we want? Oh, hold on. No, this one's good. We're gonna play this one. Ooh, the way it cut off on my screen here in the teleprompter, Sir Elfman, it looks like you're saying Nana. Come on, Nana. It's all public, actually. If you do song, you can get a link to the exact song I'm playing. And then if you just do playlist, you can get a link to all of the shit in my playlist. Hey, Nana, tell me about the damn ski bunnies. Were you one back in the day? Yeah, no worries, Ami. Yeah, we got links. Nailed it. That's really good there, Robert Tables. Well played. Well played. That's a good one. I misplaced Dwayne Johnson's cutting tool for his origami workshop. I can't believe I lost the Rock's paper scissors. That was really nice. I really like that one. That was good shit. It's why you do this? I mean, I do this because I don't want to leave the house. But I still want to be social. So that's a separate thing. That's a totally separate thing. Elijah Craig, small batch, old fashioned. Ooh, that's good. Yeah, I do. I'm a big fan of the Four Roses, but Elijah Craig small batch sounds delicious. Hell yeah, Robert Tables. So here's a big thing, Robert Tables. What is a conference I could propose a talk to that you would be showing up to anyway? Because I'm not fucking going to Ohio. I don't even remember if that's where you're at, but tomato, tomato. I'm not going to fucking Ohio. Like, nah, dude, you can't make me. Not gonna happen. Indianapolis. Indianapolis, Ohio? I'm kidding. It's Indiana, right? Shit. But also, no, I'm not going to Indiana. Not gonna happen. Spring Loop sounds like a purely like Java Spring focused conference, which I would probably not go to. Like AWS reInvent. Do I need to propose a talk to reInvent? Is that it? Like, I know I'm too late for this year, but maybe next year. Am I moving to Japan? I mean, I'd love to. I want to, but no. No. Not yet, not at the moment. I would love to move to Japan. Like, oh my god, I could live in Hokkaido for sure. I would learn Japanese. I would totally learn Japanese. I did not go to Austin, Massachusetts. I did go to Austin, Texas last year. I don't have anything booked for me. I should visit Mimi something salon? Why do you say that? Is this a bald joke you're about to make? If so, I get it. Yeah, I'm balding. Come on, man. Ooh, that reminds me of a line from a movie called Cuban Fever. Cuban something. I think it's Cuban Fever. Where Nandor from What We Do in the Shadows, the TV show, plays a character in Nick Frost's dance class. And he asks a question to Nick Frost like, oh, what kind of sole do you have on your dance shoes? Are you a leather sole or are you a something sole, right? And Nick Frost ignores him. So at that point, Nandor, like that character, says, oh, I see what kind of soul you are. Asshole. You are asshole. You are just an asshole. Right? So yeah, it becomes like just a fun phrasing joke. Oh, I see what kind of soul you are. Asshole. Oh, it's from Road Trip. Tom Green says, oh, you're going to Austin? Austin, Massachusetts? No, that would be Boston. But no, we're going to Austin. So yeah, Rumple, I get the reference. Solid reference. It checks out. It's a solid reference. It checks out. Are you here for the feeding? The feeding's not till Saturday. You're early. I'm a big fan of that movie. I really like that movie. Let me point out, I saw Freddy Got Fingered in the theater. I liked Freddy Got Fingered before it was ironically cool. Damn right. All these fucking Reddit hipsters thinking they were like ahead of the game. No, I saw that shit in the theater. No, it's I squeezed a lime into my whiskey and I filled it too much. Now, there's definitely something about these like hot fucking days where I don't know, man, the whiskey floweth. There's something about consuming enough whiskey that you're not aware of how much you're sweating. And I'm sweating too much right now. I gotta like separate my back from the chair that I'm leaning on just to like let the back sweat cool me down a bit. Dude, it sucks. It's too fucking hot, man. Washington State, what is you doing? Someone said it earlier. I should just move to Alaska. They're not wrong. I should just move to Alaska. Right? I could start in Alaska or Anchorage JS or something, right? Like, dude, I could totally move to Alaska. Japan would be the better move. Dude, yes. Northern Japan is a better option, sure. But without having to do the whole, like, work visa thing, I could just move to Alaska. Problem solved, right? Yeah. Root Felon, he's just joking. It was a big old joke. Yeah, exactly. Someone said that at one point, and it's bullshit. Yeah, I could do a Rust meetup in Alaska, right? Like Anchorage, and capture the entire Rust community with me and another dude. Problem solved. I get it. I get it. Hold on. So we're doing this. 1 second. How do we feel about this? Should I be roasting Twitter? I think a good post roasts Twitter. Let's just roast Twitter, right? Come on. Yeah, reply to that, and I'll just simply reply, yeah, Twitter uh, fans don't read. Boom, nailed it. Right? Problem solved. If they could read, they'd be really upset by that comment. But real quick, Monyet Biru, thank you for the follow. Welcome. That was like an hour ago. I know. I took too long to acknowledge it. That's on me. I'm here in Washington State where it's way too hot and I'm sweating too much. Let's dig into or start thinking about what is actually wrong. Right? Our big problem is nothing to do with the front end. Oh, no, I fucked up the order of these things. Sure, we do that. There we go. All right, so Robert Tables, thank you for the quote tweet, but I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. What is that a reference to? I have no idea, dude. What does that even mean? Yeah, it's not like I'm reading either. Did you make a reference to like the Iliad or some shit? No, I didn't read the Iliad. It's a song from Mastodon? Yeah, I don't know. Mastodon's a band? Or is it a song you took from the platform Mastodon? That I definitely wouldn't get because I'm not on Mastodon. It's a reference to the Iliad and the Odyssey about Ahab? Those aren't even remotely close to the same references, right? Ahab's Moby Dick. So yeah, I can't even see the middle tweet. You're gonna tear this up, and then all I see is, oh, hold on, wait, no, you had the tweet. Yeah. The old god has died. Split your lungs with blood and thunder when you see the white whale. Break your backs and crack your oarsmen if you wish to prevail. How is that a reference? Like, it's just, it doesn't even seem like an Odyssey or Iliad reference. It seems directly, like, only a Moby Dick reference. Like, how is it a reference to the Iliad? Or the Odyssey? I'm so curious about that now. It seems like it's only a fucking Moby Dick reference. What am I missing? I know, I'm a poor fucking pleb. I haven't actually read the Iliad or the Odyssey. I just know the pop culture references and all that. My dad actually has an entire, like, theory when he took Latin in college or whatever. He read, it was either the Iliad or the Odyssey. I forget which one. And there's a point where they're comparing the size of each other's swords. Do you think that's really about the size of their swords? Do you think their swords were actually made kind of at the same time? And instead, when they're comparing the size of each other's swords, are they talking about their dicks? They're probably talking about their dicks. And that was a thing my dad at least said way back in the day with his literal translation of either the Iliad or the Odyssey. I forget which one. But there's a moment where they're comparing the size of their swords, and they're not literally talking about swords. Because, dude, swords would have been mass-produced. And yeah, that's the thing that my dad has actually, like, harped on and talked about for years. Like, since before his cardiac arrest. Anyway, we're here at 7:30 p.m. We're late enough that we should just go raid someone. Who's streaming right now? It's a single book, the Iliad and the Odyssey. They're not typically read exactly in the same sitting, though. Even if it's just by Homer, I feel like they get split up. So then, understanding which one is the Iliad and which one's the Odyssey is still important. But yeah, who do we go raid? We're at that time of the day, right? I got just chilling stream tomorrow, right? So I'll be on gaming. We'll be doing co-working. Hopefully it's cold enough that I can, like, put on the beanie and, like, record some bullshit. I mean, we still got time. I could raid any number of people. I think I need to start, like, ignoring Frying Pan. Like, I need to just unsub from Frying Pan. And then, yeah, we got some shit like Hack Smarter, or Z.A. Shaw, or Nikwan Datasci, or Evan MMO, or probably not Tower Strike. Nervix. No, they're playing some Apex Legends. No, they're not. They're not doing our thing. Paul Chris Luke is an option too. All right. So I'll look at it, but a bunch of shorts got recommended, and I don't know. I'm good on that. They're Robert Tables. No, thank you. No, thank you. I'm not gonna watch a bunch of fucking YouTube shorts. I'm not gonna do it. It's either Nikwan Datasci, Hack Smarter, or ZA Shaw. What do you all think? Like, dude, ZA Shaw is doing a bunch of Go web dev stuff. Nikwan Datasci is wearing his glasses. Ooh, this might be like a solid Python stream. We could go raid Evan MMO. Employed rich guy with healthy teeth, some other bullshit. No, come on. Robert Tables, that's like a step over the line, man. Come on. Come on, Robert Tables, be better. That was way too fucking harsh, dude. You know this is a language agnostic stream. Don't pull that shit. Come on, man. ZA Shaw is always a good time. Well, all right. We don't have any other pushback in any other way, so yeah, let's go raid ZA Shaw. Yeah, he's doing some good Go stuff. Yeah, for sure, man. Yeah, we can go do it. But yeah, I gotta say again, like, Robert Tables, just be cool, man. You know, we've had issues with language-specific things that you've said in the past. Like, come on, man, just be cooler. Please. Just be cool. I know you're actually a cool dude, but present yourself as one too. Present them. We were just talking about some other people sucking with their personal opinions. And that went in one ear and right out the other. Didn't it? Like, come on, man. So yeah, let's go raid ZA Shaw. He's a good dude. Everyone on YouTube, later. Thank you for hanging